Here we go. Here we go. Things are happening. Things are connecting. I hope. Possibly I'm just being an optimist. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted there. That's right, I'm streaming. I should, like, maybe pay some kind of attention. In fact, I'm supposed to have this. In fact, I'm not supposed to have that because the stream doesn't start at 2 p.m. It starts at 12:30, which is now. Do-do-do. Let's announce the stream. Let's expect nobody to show up because it's boring. Let's make sure it actually is online. It is. There we go. Where do we stand? Where do we stand? Did not make my parents. I love this sprite for the mother. It's like offensively bad. It's real awful. Okay. Adam is us. Charles is with us. Charles is the older brother. I have not given them any stats yet. Does not matter. Oh, he reappeared. That's less than ideal. Little bugs to be worked out later. Okay, I want to actually display both of them in this world. So, in fact, let's just have more tabs. Why am I not using more tabs? In the Pee-wee world. Good old Pee-wee world. Let us start with what we had in Cyrus's home as just like a opening gambit. I don't know why I labeled this actually Charles. Oh, I think I was using some other sprite temporarily. It's like, why? Of course, it says Charles right there. I mean, the fact that mom is every woman is cute, but this is Charles. This is actually Charles because it is actually Charles. Okay, let's go ahead and put Charles in a reasonable place here. Which I think is going to be 8 by 9, probably. And I want him facing... right. That's what 3-0 means, facing right. And I don't need an action for now. I can deal with that later. I said I was going to deal with the makefiles between episodes here, but guess what I didn't do? Okay, Charles is actually on screen. That is an improvement. Now, probably, and I'll say I don't really, you know, I'm not the foremost expert on this plot, but I think that Charles's line is probably not "lol you sucks, brah," as Bit in chat has pointed out. It might be something else. Okay, so we're in the right world here. When we leave to go to this location... Now, I need to load a sprite. So, let us look in our library. Load sprite. I don't know what to put in quotes here. I'm just using something that vaguely looks similar to a paintball, to a baseball. Do I need to load the palette first? Pee-wee ball. I think I actually need to load a character because it is... I snuck it into one of the characters as a secondary sprite, but I should probably know which character I did that to. I left these only encoded. Sprite 1. Here it is. It is on the first character, which I believe to be Kane. Banks.json. Oh, it's Abel. Yeah, it's Abel. I have music playing just for myself, and it keeps switching to opera in a way that I find very distracting while trying to program. Okay, so I want to... In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have an Abel character just in the actual world, and that way I can just move that rather than putting it elsewhere, rather than trying to load it post hoc. What a weird sentence I just wrote. That's a strange one. Oops, I don't want this in canenable.world. What am I doing? I want this in peewee.world. Let us start with this at 9-9. That's not going to be the correct position, but... So I made it like another facing direction. Is Mixer not streaming? It's supposed to be. Oh, restream. I just restarted it. Is it online now? Oh my god. Mixer is the worst. It really doesn't get much worse than Mixer. Log in 12 times or we will forget that you exist. And then I, like, can't tell if I'm streaming right now. You're like, just show me if I'm streaming, you piece of garbage. That looks to be streaming to me. Give it a kick. Magically it works. Oh yeah, sorry, Bit. Facebook is definitely the worst platform to be streaming to. I think I made it position 6. We'll see. Oops, wrong place to be doing that. Technically speaking, I don't even need to actually have him on my team to activate this event. Hey! I see a ball. It is all black right now, so that's totally not ideal. But that is more fixable. So what I'm probably going to want to do then... Thank you, bitch. I tried very hard on that. It should make you think of where are they right now? Ohio. It should make you think of the Midwest. That's the goal. By the way, if you're like, these in particular I'm proud of. This is Ma and Pa, Cyrus and Alice. So I am, and also they're standing around his stool because I couldn't find a table that looked good. So they're a poor family. They can't afford a table. They can afford a stool though. So there they are. Okay, let's see here. I want in bank 0, in characters, I want a sprite that doesn't correspond female character. At least they have capes and plate mail. Yeah, just like in rural America. I mean, what are you talking about? So the Pee-wee ball is actually going to be different sprite, and yeah, I want alternate of, so an alternate sprite, which is the Pee-wee ball. It's an alternate of Able. I don't actually need to give it a name. I'm just kind of wasting space with that. Space is very precious, but whatever. I have no idea what colors I should be making this. I should probably open up the NesDev wiki and have my actual palette available, otherwise I won't know what palette to use. Here's how healthy couples survive lockdown. Doop-a-doop-doo. Cool, totally frozen. Oh, awesome. Oh, like everything is frozen. Thanks. That actually overloaded my encoder. I'm gonna sit here for a second and see if that can sort of click back in again. Frickin' Firefox. I hope you're enjoying your slideshow. Should have used Microsoft Edge on Debian, that's your suggestion? It's a great suggestion. Okay, it's no longer saying it. There we go. There we go. That's much better. Is it? Because the message came back. One second. 1 second. Okay, that'll do. Bit, Edge isn't so terrible now because Edge right now is Chrome. It's just Chrome with a different user interface on top of it. So there's really only 3 browsers in the world. There's Firefox, there's Safari, and there's Chrome. I think I probably want 30 and maybe 6 or 16. Let's go with 6 and F. But not in that order. And links. Just not leave that unsaved. Oh wait, if I want it to actually display, I am going to have to make it use that. Sprite Peewee is undefined. Maybe if I had actually added it to the banks, which I already have open somewhere. What? Oh yes, here it is. If I had actually added it to the banks, then it would exist. Oops. Why does it want... Oh, in here, it actually has to be a... Or in here, it has to actually be a character, doesn't it? Oh, wait. Oh, no. I just don't want it to be a character. I want it to be a sprite. Derp. Pay attention to what you're doing, Yahweasel. There we go. That is the opposite of the color scheme I wanted. I'm just making it a baseball. There we go. I think that looks pretty good for the fact that I'm completely incompetent. I mean, you know. Okay. Now I want to snag that. So when I like if I do this is just a quick test. That's not going to be correct because it's just a sprite, not a character. I'm just trying to figure out which sprite position I loaded. Ooh, that was nightmarish. That was Abel with Baseball's face, so that's kind of cool. Okay, so it is loaded into position 2, so theoretically I can change change the position of the Pee-wee ball just by having, yeah, like this, essentially. I should actually do a check here that it is in position 2 rather than just assuming it's in position 2, but that I can do later. I'll leave a fix me for that, which means it's not going to happen. Just to check, let's go ahead and just move it forward 1 tile. Right, update sprite. And theoretically, if I'll just leave like a pause in there, a 2-second pause. Expression expected. Oh my god! This is such an ancient C compiler, I cannot put variable definitions anywhere except the top. Multiple definitions of... Oh! Ha ha ha! Oops! Let's call this Pee-wee index. Or process working index, if you'd like to just misidentify that for no reason. Yep, okay. So we can move the ball. Now, overworld reload. So after somebody talks, I need to do overworld reload to make it, redisplay. Let's make Charles say something a little bit more sensible than "lol, you sucks, bro." Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First off, before I even fade in, yes, how else is he supposed to? I will put it in the correct position because the overworld can only position it in very specific locations. So what I want is probably like... So there's tile position and sub position within a tile, and I have it right now to the right of the character, but I want it to be like in the middle. So I probably want it to be like at tile 8, but say 8 pixels within the tile. I just saved it as 2. In a place I don't know. Probably in actions. Yep. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so now it should be closer to the position I actually want it to be in. It won't move, because I'm not actually doing that yet. Okay, that completely failed. Hi there, Nightmare Man. Oh, wait, that actually didn't fail. I just didn't give myself time to see whether it was right, I think. Is it under him, maybe? Where is it? .xs. I've loaded the overworld, so it should be there. God, what if it's displaying under him? I'm not even entirely sure how to make sure that a particular sprite appears above another sprite. Do earlier sprites appear above later sprites? Is that how it works? This would be a good thing to just know about the SNES. Let me just move it a little bit farther to the right and see if it is indeed underneath. Oh yeah, it's under him. Okay. Well, if earlier sprites come before, or if if blah blah, words, I need to put it in this order. There we go. I want the Pee-wee to always be on top. In which case, right now, the Pee-wee is going to have a conversation, which is kind of nonsense. Okay, and I will use Charles IDX here. I think it's acceptable to use 0 as a magic number for, like, the character you currently are, because it's obvious. In the same way that, you know, you would usually use 0 for stood in as a magic number, and there's nothing wrong with that either. What just happened? Why was he in the wrong position? He should be at 8 by 9. Pee-wee index, Charles index, Pee-wee index, Charles index. Why was Charles in the wrong position? Oh! Boy, I really should loop over the sprites to choose the right one instead of just assuming. I think I know what's happening here. Right, Sprite 1. Hello, Strixus. Sprite 1 is Charles in my Charles in my team, and Sprite 2 is Charles, or sorry, Sprite 2 is the Pee-wee ball, and Sprite 3 is Charles out in the wild. Oh wait, it's still behind! What? Whoa, wait, it was still behind even with the reordering? Okay, I have no sense of what makes a sprite be above another sprite. I have no sense of it. I have none. So I'm gonna put that back how it was, because I am just confusing matters at this point. Whoa, how about a big no on that? Maybe it's just position. Because this is the worst of all things to make a bootleg out of. It's... I thought about all of the books I've ever read, and I thought, which would be the stupidest thing to make a game out of? And this was my answer. Is it really just position on the screen? Like, if I move its Y position to, like, 4, will that be enough to make it in front? There isn't a Z index for sprites, is there? That's still behind. Hmm. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out / remember, Strixus, how the layering works. Yeah, I don't have a Z position here. You know what? It's not worth worrying about. I'm just gonna leave it be. I'm just gonna leave it be. Okay, so we want to actually move the Pee-wee ball and have it really do a pathetic arc. Now, math.h does not exist in this compiler, so I can't literally give it an arc unless I pre-generate that arc, and I'm trying to decide if I want to actually pre-generate that arc. I might want to. I believe it's 16 pixels per my definition of tile, which is actually 2 sprites, because tiles correspond to the character size. Okay, yep, that's right. Shall I pre-generate an arc? Let's pre-generate a pathetic arc. I have Node, right? I could technically do this in JavaScript instead of C. Would it even be easier to do this in JavaScript? No. Why am I doing that then? Why would I do this to myself? Technically, I could make this, like, buttery smooth and 60 FPS. There's no reason not to, I guess. How long should this be? Let's just make it 1 second. I mean, the alternative is C, Strixus. The alternative isn't C. I don't know why I seem to be stuck to these two languages. It's just that there's not, you know, there's not a lot of options out there for this particular task. 60 frames. Does C... I gotta remind myself, is there a pi constant? Does it name it something weird? Is that how C works? Oh, JavaScript is terrible, but also terrible is every other programming language, so, you know, pick your poison. Oh, who needs a pi constant? There we go. A 64-bit floating point can't even store a value that precise. So if we want a half arc, then let's see, sine is going to start at 0, which is what I want. I want that. I guess instead of casting that to double, I can just divide it by 60.0. So I want that at the end of that time, it has reached half of pi, because I want it to be a half of a waveform. So that is its vertical position. Therefore, the Y tile position, well, let's see, let's just have a Y pixel position is going to be, is there a round function in C? Yes. Round the vertical position times, let's say that it moves 1 time, times 1. That was useful, Yahweasel, thank you. Oh wait, that would be 1 pixel. Let's say that it moves, oh, you know what? It starts in the air and lands on the ground. You know what? I'm generating an arc. Let's stop overcomplicating this. Let's not worry about that. Right. So I wanted to one pixel. So y tile is y pixel modulo 16. No, sorry. Y pixel. Y subtile is modulo 16, and y tile is divided by 16. And this is vertical, so I'm gonna have to be careful about how I do this. And we want that sprite locus of pwidx dot y tile. I guess I need x tile and x position too. Probably wanted to go a little bit farther than that. X tile is x divided by 16. X sub is x pix modulo 16. But there's a lot of work I'm putting into something that is mind-bogglingly stupid. Y sub x tile x sub update sprite pause for 1 frame, and this is going to be ytys xts xs. That no, that is not what I. Let's just use I. Round I. Wow. I can change that later if I want more interesting math. Yes. Link with the math library. Does that look believable? That is moving possibly in an arc. Now I just have to actually adjust these positions to make sense. So Y tile is weird because it's actually going to be... it's actually going to be 8 minus Y tile because I'm doing that vertically, and 16 minus Y sub. X tile is going to be 8 plus. Or 9 plus? 9 plus. The actions. What did I name this? Let's be totally inconsistent in my naming. Pretty much a complete failure. Pretty much, like, everything was wrong there. That was about as bad as it gets. What just happened? Why was it all in the top left? Oh, did I even recompile that? Wait, am I being an imbecile? I don't think I even recompiled that. I just expected it to be JavaScript and automatically have the update. Oh wait, and then I need to, because that's not considered one of the deps, because I haven't fixed my make files, I need to do a complete recompilation. Why isn't that arcing? I don't understand why it didn't arc. I mean, that was a decent animation. I don't understand why it didn't arc, though. Like, why didn't it do the whole thing that it was supposed to be doing? Except for the fact that it didn't work at all. It worked fantastically. Everything was great, except that it failed miserably. Still have this open. Because I want 2 pi, because pi is an entire waveform, so I want a half waveform in 60 frames. So I have to divide it by 60, then divide it by 2, then multiply it by pi. Yeah, because I want half pi. Is it 2 pi that's a complete waveform? It's not 2 pi that's a complete waveform. I'm just gonna see what it looks like this, because if it's right, then I'm not willing to think it through anymore. That's right. Okay, there we go. Look at that. That was gorgeous, actually. That was fantastic. Oop. I guess it is 2 pi. Is it really 2 pi? Oh, because it's radiant. Okay. I forgot what radians are. The clue is in the word radian, which sounds like radius. Okay, so... that was his Pee-wee ball throw. So now we want, Adam... Adam to do his. Now, I'm not going to have Adams do an arc. I'm going to have Adams just, like, rocket to the freaking moon. So this is going to be a lot easier to generate. Yeah, let's put a new line in the dialogue. That's not confusing. This is actually going to be a lot easier to generate. And then after that dialogue is over, I want to quickly reset the position... sprite right, that's what I wanted. No, sprite right, stop being sprite right. Sprite looks. Dot x sub to be 12. Dot y tile to be 7 now. Dot y sub to be 0. In fact, let me just make sure that I put that in the correct position by giving it some time to display. I think I over-test. Like, I test that this worked more often than I ought to. I ought to just... Yeah, I ought to just, like, try things occasionally. Okay, it was position 8. Yep, that looks good. Okay. Now here's what we're going to do. I need a static... I can make these const, can't I? And that would be better than anything else. Just a loop index variable. Yes, I am making my loop index variable static. That's because this is NES programming. Don't question it. That's how it has to work. Same amount of time, but what I'm gonna do is, like, move it 2 per. So... Tile plus plus. It's slightly annoying the way I've written this, that I have to do bracketing every time, because this is not Never mind. This could be done in a less annoying way, suffice it to say. I might even change it later to be a less annoying way. Plus equals 2, and then the same for y, but in the opposite direction. Minus less than or equal to 2. Wait. Less than or equal to 1, rather. Dot y tile minus. I should check the screen it's on too, because this is going to go off screen, but you know, weird stuff will happen, whatever. XS equals 14 else dot ys minus equals 2 update sprite. Okay, so this should just go flying. This should be like zoom and it's gone. I think that happened, but it was so fast, it was just like, it was impossible to oh wait, I forgot to put a pause in, that's why. Let's actually let time pass. There we go. That was at the speed that the NES could possibly generate it. That's almost too good. That's almost like, that's so fast that you can't even make the comparison. Do I maybe want to do it by 1 instead of 2? Let's try doing it by 1 instead of 2. Strixus is a fan of the truly unbelievable Pee-wee shot. Even at 1, it's so hilariously fast. Even at 1, that is so fast. That's awesome. That's perfect. I'm not changing it. 1 is quite sufficient. That's hilarious. It's so fast you almost can't see it. Okay, but I kind of forgot that I do need to overworld reload after he talks. So let me actually put this here. That's why his dialogue was still on screen. I didn't reload. So I'm not going to fix this bug, but I can't redraw the screen without redrawing the entire screen. And I feel it just feels a bit like bootleg appropriate that it has that kind of stupid bug in there, so I'm just gonna leave it be. I should move these to helper functions. In fact, I'm going to move these to helper functions because I want that to be, in fact, I'm going to change this again and move them to helper because I want that to be, what am I trying to say? I want that to be something that, oh my god, I can't speak. It's just not happening. Oh yeah, I want to be able to repeat this. And I mean, I can repeat it by including again, but like, let's call a helper function. So this will be Pee-wee throw terrible. Which is literally just including the generated arc. I might not repeat this, so I'm just going to leave that be. So I should mention there's no actual dialogue corresponding to this in the original story, but it is an important event in the original story. Where did I put the PDFs? In the directory PDF. What a sensible thing. Oh, which of these is actually like the non-shit one? This one? Like, definitely not. Even the shape of these pages suggests that this is... Oh, maybe these are just 2 pages. Maybe this is fine. The thing is, East of Eden is in the public domain, but, like, later publications aren't, so it's a huge pain in the ass to get the, like, correct one. And there's a bunch of these, like, semi-illegal online services where really, like, it's not illegal. It's in the public goddamn domain. But, yeah, here we go. Okay. Yeah. This is dialogue that'll go in there. So we'll have Charles be angry. I guess it was just an accident. And then we want to reload the overworld and have the terrible Pee-wee throw again. Doesn't Adam... I thought Adam actually said something like, no, do it again, try it, but I guess not. Or sorry, Charles, I thought, said something like that. The sci-fi East of Eden. I don't want to know what that is. The very notion that such a thing exists makes me angry. I am actually going to reuse this, so... Who documents their code? Strixus, the problem is I'm not going to use the vast majority of the text in the book. Like, I'm gonna use some tiny, tiny portion of the dialogue in the book, so... I don't really think it's worth my while to extract it. So, here there should be... Pee-wee throw, great. See, like, okay, so people complain about my lack of documentation, but I consider this to be, like, self-documenting code. It's totally clear what's happening here. No, not terrible, great. Oh yeah, Charles actually misses once, but this is gonna be this is too much detail to really work out. So now here's our second fight of the game. Oh, code documentation. Oops. Terrible needs to actually have the Pee-wee index. Great needs to actually have the Pee-wee index. Da, 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 da. Uh, 200. Okay, I guess you also need a loop counter. In fact, only you need a loop counter. I'm not even using this here anymore. Something about how extreme that is. It's like, it's just just gone. Oh, the fact that it's so like over the top ridiculous really makes me laugh a lot. Okay, and then is when the battle should happen. Oh my god, that's so, I'm like, I can't stop laughing at how hilarious that is. It's just, God. Okay. Oh, that's very funny to me. Oh, this shouldn't be sprite cane, it should be character cane. That should happen to have the same index, but it's not good that I put those together. So let's go ahead and start this battle. By the way, I have in my battle configuration whether a battle is inescapable, but since it's become like a joke of this game that every battle is inescapable and not winnable, it's gonna be an utterly pointless piece of information. Is this battle escapable? No, they're all inescapable. Charles. And then battle. Undefined symbol, character Charles. Did I not make Charles an actual character? Of course Charles is a character. Oh wait, dang it! I'm constantly getting confused about CHR versus character. I blame the platform for that. I blame the platform for that because CHR is a character set in the sense of like a sprite map. So I haven't actually configured the properties of these characters yet, so this isn't actually going to work correctly. Like the battle might be winnable, or it'll be junk, or just who knows. I love, by the way, how extremely similar the box that is in the style from Restream, like the chat box. I like how extremely similar that looks to my own dialogue box. Adam versus Charles. So I think that this is actually zero damage, but nobody can hurt anyone because their stats are so low because I didn't actually configure it. Oh my god, this battle, it's purgatory. No, 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 not purgatory battle. Oh, why? Okay, I haven't actually configured those. And here's another problem. This, I think, is easily fixed, but I didn't, oops. Then let me not demonstrate the other problem. Here's another problem. Doop-a-doop, come with me. Then I leave. And now, after doing this, I think that it's going to be Adam and Charles versus Charles. This is a dubious battle. Adam attacks Charles. Charles attacks Charles, yeah. Gonna have to make sure that he's not both on my team and in the enemies, but that's a problem for future Yahweasel. In fact, I'm gonna leave that as a fix me and make that literally a problem for future Yahweasel. I have too many windows open. Okay, so let's actually configure these characters. Let me also remember how I implemented... Oh, that's right, battle is always on bank 0. How I implemented damage. because the stats do kind of have meanings, even though their names are different for everyone. Yeah, you saw a bit. Kill all. Dang right, kill all. So when we fight, then something. Engage, opt fight, fight 0. Okay. That makes sense. It's probably void. This is my favorite fix me ever. Oh yeah, that's right. They even I gave them names internally, but they're not reflected in any meaningful way. So let's just remember what those are then. Okay, so we have strength, vitality, something that is totally irrelevant, and speed as our statuses. So what we want to make sure is that Charles's vitality like vastly outdoes Adam's strength, and that Adam's strength vastly outdoes Charles's vitality. Vastly underrates Charles's vitality. You get it. But also the actual names are just silly. They're just silliness. So Charles is the angry one. So we're gonna base him kind of off of Cain, of course. For his brother Adam. And so this is his damage dealing, and it's just going to be crazy. Wait, the first one is always HP. The second one is always MP. Okay, so the love for his brother Adam. Oh, wait, I want that to be low. So I'm going to put that in the silly position, in position C. And let's make that like 16. Deep-seated family issues. That's gonna be very high. That's gonna be extremely high. There's nothing even limiting it to 100. I just like to display it as 100 at max, but I'm gonna limit it to 100. For the characters who can't be on your team, I'm happy to make it crazy. But if they can be on your team, I want the stats to look like they're within some kind of range. Resentment, just generally resentment. Love for his brother Adam is not all that high. And then this is actually his speed. I want like his skill at Pee-wee. There we go. So his skill at Pee-wee is not very good. 26. And then Adam. God, how did I invent these numbers? Why did I think, like, 100? Of course he has 173 HP. Why wouldn't he have 173 HP exactly? Anyway, Adam is a child, so I'm going to give him, like, this 60 HP. No MP. Nobody actually has magic. So we want his love for his brother Charles to be in the dumb stat, so the fact that it's 100 won't actually affect anything. And it's fine for his skill at Pee-wee to make him faster, to make him go first. But we want these first two to be low. So I'm going to go with emotional maturity. And is this after or before he loses respect for his father? Yeah, this is after he's lost respect for his father. Yeah, when a child first catches adults out. Yep. Okay. So this is after he's lost respect for his father. So I can have that be the low stat here. 29. That should be sufficient to make that be an impossible battle. Okay, so I have real stats. No, that's going to be a little bit... I mean, it's there. The thing is, I kind of love that things are screwed up in this way, because it's a little bit bootleg chic. Like, yeah, it goes off the screen, but of course it goes off the screen. It's a bootleg. Oops, I did... No, that is... The way to leave the menu is not to leave the emulator. That will leave the menu, but it kind of leaves everything else too. Okay. God, I love this. This is so amazing. Okay. So, fight Charles with an amazing HP. 2 damage, 83 damage, Adam dies. Okay. Then nothing happens. Who cares if Adam dies? Should I the message right now is always Adam dies. Maybe I should, or always player dies. I think I need to change that. Let me just, like, save the state I'm in right now. Okay, so I need to add actions gen arc 1. I named this directory arc, but that doesn't make any sense. Code gens. I'll add that too. And then, yep, that's fine. That's good. That's great. That's fine. All of this stuff is auto-generated. Yep. Okay. Trowels. I might have to make, because Adam is such a long-running character, I might have to just make different versions of Adam for his different ages, because the stats aren't going to change on their own. But that's fine. So if I want to change this, then I'm just going to add a new sort of battle configuration status here, which is, what, knockout? And then in the actual battle code, right, battle config.inescapable. Oh yeah, I didn't actually implement escaping anyway, because ultimately I was going to have everything be inescapable, so I have the status there. A lot of this is like, I wasn't originally planning on the game being such a joke, like the battle system being just a joke, but then I decided that would be funnier, because in East of Eden, like, you're just constant, like, there's nothing good happens in East of Eden. It's like all terrible, so... Okay, so I want, right, so where it says dies, I'm gonna need to change this to be if battle config dot knockout, falls unconscious, is unconscious, let's go with is unconscious. I don't want to suggest that Charles actually murdered his brother at 15 years old. That's not really the goal here. So, battle config dot knockout equals 1. So hopefully that should show as a knockout now. Blah. Woo! Blah. Woo! God, that's funny to me. That's really funny to me. I love it so much. I did not fade out before the battle, which is why that went all freaky before it popped in. Do I have to manually fade out before the battle? Is that how I set it up? Yeah, I have to manually fade out. I should probably make the battle fade itself out, but nah. the maintaining the current sort of global condition, I'm really not handling very well. Adam is unconscious. Okay, so it comes back to there, which doesn't make a lot of sense, obviously. Okay, let us continue reading. Why did I close the book? Why did I close the book? What the hell was that? Why did I close the book? That's nonsense. Let us continue reading and make sure that I am following the story. Obviously, like, because a lot of this is sort of character development that just isn't going to happen in a bootleg, so I'm, like, trying to skip to the important events, but I should probably, like, send him back home again. Overworlds. Get CP isn't actually a command. So I think what I ought to do, really, is load the normal Cyrus home world and just move the sprites. Or I could just place him on that stool. Rehabilitation. So we'll put him back at Cyrus's home. Cyrus is his father, if you don't remember. It's already faded out. Actually, I don't even need this, because it'll load when I do return 0, because that means do not continue in the world you're already in, go into the world that has been loaded in. I did not put him in the correct position, I'm just gonna do that manually after this. Seven, 6, 5. 7, 6, 5 by 6. You have to remember that these things are art assets, not actual, like, code. I mean, obviously it is written as code, but, like, the exact position is part of the art asset, not part of the code. So the fact that that's, like, magic numbers, it has to be. It's part of the code. It's not part of the code, sorry. It's part of the art assets. So unless you want, like, your art assets and your code to correspond in sort of nightmare ways, Okay, well, we completed a scene in a rather silly way, because now I can go back again and just relive this part of my tortured childhood. I love that so much. It's just like, no. Oh, because he's already dead. Ha! Okay. that's a good pausing point. So I think I'm going to take a quick break here after committing that. And I'll be back in a couple minutes. Hello, Yahweasel. So I heard that you got a new girlfriend on your journey. Yes, it's a stuffed bear. Oh, also Henry's following me around. Oh my god, I have to walk back again. I'm pressing all the buttons just in case I can cancel. Oh, that's right, I can do a flip. Whee! This is just how Munchie rolls. Get it?
I'm trying to remember save.
Oh, there is some hotkey. I think the fastest hotkey at this point is...
What? What? I just ascended to heaven. I think I was just raptured.
I was trying to click save, but our mouses were competing, and I just raptured you. I didn't mean to do that.
What?
Where are you?
I'm in a place of eternal happiness now.
Can you
cannot get to that step from here.
From where?
If you try the second step, will it work? No, definitely don't want that.
I think I just crashed the game.
Oh. Debugger, error, lookup selector, attempted. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Mala, what have you done?
What have I done? You're the one who raptured me.
I blame this entirely on you.
I have no words. That was glorious. I just saved it as Jesus Take Me.
Alexander.
He can't get...
Alexander.
Remember, the one that was up here, it thought we were close enough and crashed the game.
Yes.
There is something etched into the...
Yeah, you can't really see it from heaven, can you?
I could almost step down from heaven, but trying to step out of heaven crashes the game.
You're getting a weapon
That we can't use.
Wait.
Is that a place we've been?
Is it? It was going very Jurassic Park for a moment there, but it went a different direction. Okay, absolutely nothing. Thank you. What? What? We're in paradise? Or we're in a sky island anyway? And found ourselves in this horrible world. Boy, there's a face that only a mother could love right there. That is quite the thing. Let me touch it. Ah, yes. Let me touch it. The only reason I'm going here is to see if it triggers an event. Aha! An event! Ilden actually cares! Wake up! Can't you learn to act like a real mystic? Ilden! Decide for yourself what you're going to do from now on. I'll escort you a little longer. Oh, thank Jeebus I at least got him back. I'll tell you exactly what I want. Oh, everybody else came back! Oh! Oh! Maybe? I don't... Oh my god, I just made the connection! 'Cause there's the weird flying thing that looks like that, except for the fungus coming out of its head. This is that, but dead! I've played 2 routes now to completion. I've seen this enemy dozens of times. I never made the connection! That's that other enemy, but like, with fungus growing out of its head. Oh, that's very freaky. Oh, that's very, very freaky. Oh, that's very freaky.
He makes a T-Rex noise.
Except that we have no clue what noise a T-Rex made.
He makes a Jurassic Park T-Rex noise, I'll say.
I mean, given the sounds birds make, T-Rexes probably go, that's probably the sound T-Rexes make. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he's not him.
That's a pig sound. That was completely not the sound I was going for, which is the weirdest part. Like, apparently I don't know. Well, I was just trying to do like a weird duck sound, just like duck plus strangeness.
I mean, to be fair, it is a very weird duck.
That's a very unusual duck. You know, one of those flightless pink ducks. Oh man. This is gonna be a tricky one. Oh God! Oh, that hurts a lot. We're not doing that anymore. Why? Fish elf need good rod. 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 Frank, the guard, marks you with his glare. You suspect he would give no quarter in a fight. He would likely pound you into ruble. Ha ha ha. In any case, he has no dime to speak with you, to coin a phrase. To fight him would make no sense. God, why? I'm going to take this home with me and keep it in my room, which is a euphemism for my vagina. Excuse me a second. I just went slightly too weird for my own sake. I hope that it makes you feel good when you think about me having it. I'll take good care of it. I'll even... Oh, well, yep, I pretty much called it, didn't I?
Oh.
It's an evil enchantress.
What do I have in my inventory?
She does evil dances.
Oh, come on now.
I bet you've already found yourself a nice girl, haven't you? Yes, my cat. No, wait. He's a guy. Yes, Henri. No, damn it. Oh, I see. Well, then you should hurry up and find someone, too. You know, time passes away. I'm almost dead, you know. You see, my fiancé, spelled wrong, and I were walking through these woods.
No, that's right.
It has two E's, doesn't it?
No, only for female.
Oh, really?
Yep. It has an accent over the first for a female.
Whoa, you just blew my mind. I sense loads of magical power coming from you. Oh God, don't touch me. Oh God, are we both naked? What's happening here? Wait, just... Oh God. I can't continue doing the voice. Don't fall off the cliff.
Alright, I will not. Unless I do.
That took about 3 seconds. Did they find that team? I don't know what I'm like 6 levels of confused already, and the game hasn't started yet. Well, given that Green found you, I think they are. Hey there, buddy. What is going on with you? What? They don't seem to follow many of the laws of physics. They seem kind of interested in a few of them, but most of them don't really apply. I'm liking where this is going. I'm liking the taking off my clothes part. If it involves you taking my clothes, do I at least get to wear yours? I wish to disguise myself as you and leave with your visa, so please let me exchange clothes. Yes, exchange! Oh, wait. No, wait. I'm not supposed to admit that that's what I want to be doing. I mean, no, that's bad. I mean, maybe the fact that those stairs at the top are of 0 width is the reason why you can't walk up them.
That's what I'm wondering.
That's sort of... Shall we
Okay, I
fast
think I need
forward
to be-
until you figure
yes,
out how
we
to get
shall.
up these stairs?
We shall indeed.
I did it, it was me, it wasn't Malo, it was me, I did it. Even though you're a horrible thief and well, no, I'm a good thief, but a bad person, I do not know how your skills will aid us in our mission of peace, but I trust you will think of something. Oh, you are an incredibly dishonorable thief, but, I'll bring you to my enemies. One with your skills must be very clever as well as physically fit in order to survive, but please try not to dishonor us amongst friends. It would be difficult for me to justify your actions to the Symbani if you decided to borrow something from them, particularly since we will be their guests. I might have to steal from them anyway.
Let's play.
That's the name of the game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Payday 2. So, I'm here with a couple of ne'er-do-wells.
Yep.
Being Yahweasel, Griffin Ironfeather, and Alan.
So anyway, we were... Well, had to do it.
There you go.
There you go, Al.
Beautiful. Yahweasel,
I'm Neil.
Griffin Ironfeather, and Alan. We take him along to write down the notes for us. So currently I have no other Let's Plays on the horizon. I don't intend to be a Let's Player. It was just sort of a thing that I wanted, I found out this had a translation, so I just had to. I had to Let's Play it.
Oh.
Nothing about that sounds good for... Oh, not one of these.
Wait, for me, we made it and then we were dead.
I
Not
didn't
for
even
me.
move. I did nothing and just
Yeah.
you guys walked us right off on that edge. It was great.
Yeah. That's how much we like the thought of this level, you say. Wow. We are awesome at this.
What is wrong with these people?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
What even just occurred there?
And
Did we
democracy
roll
falls apart at
over
the last
gap? It's climb tree. Climbing would serve no purpose right now. Can I climb the wall over... Oh, okay, there's a hole there. Okay. Was not expecting that.
I don't know.
Why are you doing these things?
We landed on the platform. We
I
just
know.
we did jumped into the hole.
Ooh. Copyrights. Where do we stand? Okay, so I'm going to try and skip a bunch here, because I don't want to get too bogged down in the backstory. There's one other major event in the backstory that I want to get. There's one point where Charles nearly kills Adam with an axe, and we definitely need that. Yeah. It's a very, very long book. It's a very, very long book. So I'm trying to do a bunch of skipping here. I might actually just search for the word axe. Relaxed. No, this is far too late. I'm almost positive that he used an axe. I was around page 36. I was not around page 36. We're already on to Kathy by this point. Problem is, it's been too long since I've read this book for me to really just, like, dredge it all up off the top of my head. So here's after Charles beats the crap out of Adam. There's, like, one other major incident. Oh, is it after he goes and goes and soldiers and comes back again? It's actually not that important, Adam's being a soldier, so I'm not going to include that. You know what? I should include this whole conversation. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. The boys walked down the dark, ruddy road. Ahead they could see a few pinched lights where the village was. Yeah, this is where it's gonna happen. Yep. This is critical. This is all important. Yep. Do I really want, like, a battle followed by another battle? I think the answer is yes. Right, because they're having a conversation at home, and the boys are out and about. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to show this scene for a little bit, for like 2 seconds, but not actually give you any control. I'm just going to fade it into that scene and show that that is indeed where you are, and then fade it out again. Does overworld load automatically fade in? No. And then just pause for 2 seconds and fade out. Perfect. Okay, so the next scene I want to show is going to be like years later, and the way to say that this is years later this is turning into quite the scene that I'm making as one giant act here. It's not quite like visual novel levels because the battle is technically interactive, but basically I'm peeling right through their entire childhood. If you've ever seen like some of these Chinese bootlegs we've played, sometimes they have ridiculously long cutscenes, and we're pulling the same shit. That's all we're doing. I have forgotten how to do a full screen. Just full screen! Wow, I'm freaking awesome. I think that's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. Since this is such a long scene, I'm gonna throw in a go-to just for testing purposes and just jump to this point. I'll jump to the battle. No, I won't. Yeah, I will. It's gonna be the wrong person talking because I didn't actually do the indices correctly. Oh, yeah, and the wrong background because it's in a different location, but that's fine. Then that happens. The sprites are still there. Why is that? Ew, there's like crap I have to do to... No, this is nasty. Oh, CLRSCR is the critical thing here. I needed to clear out the sprites. And yet, it didn't work. Really? Clear sprites. We're just hacking things together here. This is a bootleg. Don't set your standards too high. Years later, exactly the same thing is happening. Funny how that works. Okay, we need a dusty road. Something, something, West Virginia. What do you call it? A rutty road? Rutty road? Rutty. Background 1. Not background 1. Oh, did I actually directly use FF3A in these? Or did I... No, I was copying them into background 1, that's all. It's just I haven't used very many. Yeah, back one. Back 1 is what I'm using. I've got... I mean, I can use this as both grass and road. I guess I could use this as road if I make it the right color. Is there anything that's really, like, convincingly road? I guess I don't know, like, on a sprite-by-sprite level what I would even want for road, because this should be, like, paved road, notionally. I might want to draw a pavement. That might be the only way I'm going to get anything satisfactory, to be honest. Nobody's watching, so it doesn't really matter what I'm saying or doing here. I might use this as my sort of basis. Let me get the grid on. Show grid, set the grid to be less stupid. 8 by 8. Green, please. Thank you. Hello, Strixus. Somebody is watching. And then I really just want this to look like a, I want this to look like a road, so just some lines here. Something like that, I suppose. Make sure these are set right. Researching a shady developer on Steam. Okay, so I'm gonna still have grass on the side of the road, trees to the edge just to prevent you from moving past the edge of the screen. So all of that kind of stays as it is. I might actually have G be grass just so that it's not, just so I can use space for something a little bit more sensible. Roadway. So the roadway itself, I'm going to use the same graphics as the grass. But a different palette. Am I really using palette 0 for wheat? Oh, yeah, because I could still save the rest. That is not going to work, so I'll just do that for the time being. I don't want any sprites here yet. It's going to be super lazy. I'm just going to sort of swap things out directly. Anything that's not a space, I would like to be a space, please. That's too much. Let's put grass there. Put grass there. Again, do the command incorrectly. This is far from complete, but is something. Gonna put Rutty Road into World Bank 1. And then go ahead and move us to Ruddy Road. And then I'm going to have to be a little bit tricky about how I do events here. I have a plan. Now, if I had made the road part road-colored, that would help. Okay, I need another palette here. Zero F is black. Am I even using black? I don't think so. Let's just leave that for the moment. I need yellow for, like, the middle line. I'm going to use 28 for lack of anything better to use. This might be in the wrong order. I'll correct it later. And then 2 shades of gray. So let's go with 0 and 10. And that didn't work at all because I neglected to actually recompile the world. Okay, that is definitely in the wrong order. I believe this is what I want. Oh. Except I still need to actually recompile and remember to do that, or it won't work. That's looking a bit better. That could be a road. I could probably stand for things to be a little bit cleaner up at the top and bottom, but it's not awful. The trees are not working as they ought to. Down at the bottom. Oops. And then what I need is for, like, the middle of the road to have that line through it. Oops. Okay, what position is this? 0, 1, 2, 2, 0. That what I want? How will my attempt at drawing a road look here? By the way, the reason that sprite is still on screen is known. Oh, that's not terrible at all, actually. I'm like, that's a road. That is, I mean, it looks like shit, don't get me wrong, but that is a road. Ooh, that's pretty. And of course, you can walk off screen. So, how I'm going to have this scene work is, first of all, I'm probably going to move it into a different action because this is getting a little bit complicated. Boy, howdy, I wish I had the ability to finish this sentence. That would be really cool. Tail recursion elimination. I just want to jump directly into another function. I don't want to, you have to worry on so many levels when you're writing code that's low level like this. But I do want this to be... Oh, you know what? I don't need this to be a new scene because it's going to be a different world, so it's fine. It's fine. Never mind. No cause for alarm. Okay, so in which case, just to make it faster to do testing, let's just send me directly to the rutty road. What went wrong here? Undefined label temp. I am not doing that skip anymore. Okay, so I'll load myself directly onto the ruddy road. Maybe put myself in a slightly less tenuous position. And then we'll work from the rutty road. First off, let's block off the left. I want it to be the same sprite, but unpassable. I'll use... I don't know, that. Yep, unpassable. These worlds are not meant to, like, you must define your world correctly to be unpassable on the left and right, or it'll just be busted. You know what, I don't like the fact that this road is slightly uneven, like there's more at the top than the bottom, so I think I'm gonna, like, extend the bottom up a bit just to make it... Sorry, that would make it worse. I think I'm going to extend the top down a bit just to make it even. There we go. Now it's 3 and 3. It's not quite centered on the map, which I'm not hugely fond of, so maybe I'll do something like this, just to make it map-centered. Okay, so here's going to be my trick. You start, like, here, and I want events as you walk to the right. So what I'm going to do is define, like, one to just look like a roadway, but then it's going to invoke an event. I have underscore for a test event I'm not actually using. So this will be, like, Bloody Road 1. And exclamation point, just because that's shift 1. It's also Ruddy Road 1. And then I'll have, like, say here, I'll just put a row down like that. That will invoke that event. And then I'll just have to be careful in how I write the event to make sure that I don't repeat things. What file am I looking at? That's main. I write truly incredible dialogue. Speak my words of wisdom. My words of wisdom are stay inside, be entertained by stupid internet weasels, and go watch past videos by mine if you find this programming stream to be as boring as I do. Oops. There we go. So, theoretically... Oh, I didn't actually rebuild this, though. Theoretically, if I walk onto that sprite, then I'll get some stupid dialogue. Or the game will totally freeze and fail on me in a way that is weird and confusing. Did I make it impassable? Oh, whoa, hold up. Did I do that? I made it impassable. The events are impassable ground. Yes, it is, Alberta. The joke here is that I've chosen the least suitable of all media to make a bootleg out of. It's going to be completely stupid. Also, it's called East of Eden, but you know, whatever. I also need something that looks like grass but still invokes the same event. Because I don't want you to be able to bypass the events just by walking on the grass. I am adapting the novel, Alberta. In a way that is stupid. Okay, so here's going to be my trick to, my terrible trick to making sure... Yes, like a novel game, exactly. This is going to be my terrible trick to making sure that you don't go through this backwards. .dir is not equal to sprite right, then post dot xt++, and return 1. There we go! One moment here, let me reposition my face, which seems to have gone a little bit weird. Hello, my face. Okay, so... Oh yes, I also need for Charles to be on the party. Well, you know, sometimes you need to reposition your face. What can I say? This is not the time to be loading him onto the party. I should be doing it here. And then, just because this is like testing mode, I also need to put this in main, just to make sure that I actually have the right characters. There we go. So I should have Adam and for his brother Animals. Okay, I might need to do a little bit of fixing on the menu at some point. I kind of like there is an aspect of this that's bootleg chic that I'm trying to go for. That's like partially this is crap because I didn't put any effort into it and I'm unwilling to, but this is perhaps like going over the limit of what I'm willing to put up with there. Boy, that didn't work in a way that really confuses me. Oh, I know why. I left it in a weird and broken state. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Definitely don't just not return anything. You heard me, Alberta. Bootleg chic. How about instead of saying, I sure do love roads her, you say something from the book. Charles is going to ask this, apparently. Let's make sure that we don't use any Unicode in here, because that's definitely not going to work. Given how short this line is and the fact that I'm going to have to correct the Unicode, it was dumb of me to actually copy that directly out of the PDF. Okay, Charles isn't fully loaded in. That's weird. Why isn't... Oh, that is kind of working. What is going on? Let me just make at least that bit not fail spectacularly. You know what? Yeah. Let's just actually make sure I load the sprite. Quite the opposite, Van Whitman. Ooh, that's pretty. Definitely don't load in a sprite while the PPU is, like, active. That's a bad idea. Okay, Van Whitman, you obviously haven't seen the start of the game. Which means I'm also going to need that there. Make sure the sprite is actually loaded in. He might show up at the top left of the screen or something. Oh. Well, I'm very confused now. Van Whitman, let me demonstrate something of superb importance for you here. So if we, like, right now I am jumping partway into the game just to be able to test it, but here is the beginning of the game. So in the beginning, you play as Abel, and your first interaction is with Cain, and then you have a battle with Cain, and Cain immediately kills you. So yeah, there's death, and then we get some Bible verses, And then we get a little bit from East of Eden, and then we get me mocking the book for being incorrect about its facts. Well, facts, it's biblical quotes. And then you play as Cyrus in a spookily identical scene. I left a test character here. Oops. Then you fight some Confederates, and again, they always win. Oh, and this is going to say Cyrus dies. That should be is unconscious. And oops, that does not advance to the next scene correctly. So there's death. There's death is the point. There's a lot of things I need to fix, just minor smoothing out as well. Okay, so why am I not oh, right, because I need to do PPU direct here. Problem is that the PPU is actually running while I'm trying to load things in. That's no good. And in fact, the same goes in main. Is this right? Am I doing things right at all? I feel like I'm doing things utterly wrong. Well, that much works. Sprite is still not loaded. What happens if I just do this? I think the screen is going to go blank while that happens. That's the problem. Yeah. Woo! It did not load the palette, that's for sure. I kind of love the fact that, that he's, like, vanished. Okay, I'm gonna fix this in the laziest of all possible ways. Are you mocking my sprite choice? The fact that every female character is Princess Peach? Okay, so we need a sprite that's, like, totally off-screen. For Charles, doesn't really matter what position he's standing in since he's off-screen. Problem is, yeah, I need to have the sprites actually loaded into the world to get them to load in. That's just how I set it up. Hi! You're looking fancy-free. That's Charles. The hell happened there? Is that because no? I mean, loading the character was the right thing to do. Oh, that I've still left this here. Let's not, like, mix and match and see what happens. Well, no, I have a bit of, like I've been saying, Van Whitman, I have a bit of bootleg chic here. I'm happy with it being wonky, but this is slightly, shall we say, over the top here. I must say I'm extremely confused by everything that's happening right now. Let me put him on screen. Just to make sure that it's at least, like, rendering properly sometimes. Hi. That's weird. Why did putting him... Oh, did it not even load when he wasn't on screen? Oh, I also know what's happening there. Or do I? Yeah. The sprite position and the character position aren't in sync. That's not a good. That's not a good. Lots of little bugs I'm just gonna leave in Fix Me's. It's not good that he's actually visible. That's not correct at all. But I'm just gonna, like, stick him in the corner and leave it be. And then, to make sure that you can't re-invoke this event, I will just force you past it. Yeah, you can't stick Charles in the corner. Oh, as it turns out, you can. Well, those are things that just happened. I promise I did not tell it to go into the menu right there. That's what was supposed to happen. That's not. Boy, this is a bit wild. Like, that's supposed to happen, but it popping me into the menu after that happens is not. Can I make that happen reliably? No, it's just, like, random. That's fun. These are the kind of bugs that it's like, obviously they need to be fixed, but do I need to fix them right now? I don't think so. I've got other things to do. Okay, let's make the second event. This is just 2, shift 2, and the letter right next to 2 on a QWERTY keyboard, in case that's not painfully obvious. Add Ruddy Road 2 to Act 1. Since I'm going to reuse this, I'm going to go ahead and make it a macro. Leaning toothpick syndrome! And same goes for this. Let's just copy stuff directly from the book. At some point, I'll stop testing every single time I add an event here, because it's going to be a bit long, but I just want to make sure that I'm doing it vaguely correctly. Except for this part. Oh, I didn't actually... I was like, it didn't get to the second event. What happened there? Oh, I didn't recompile it. Act Ruddy Road 2 is undefined. I didn't recompile this either. God, that's weird. I have some sense of why that might be happening, but obviously I don't know exactly why that's happening. I'm actually using hash, which is unfortunate. Let's just replace that with D then. That one doesn't matter. We're getting a little bit dangerous here because we've reached the limit of my knowledge of French. Here's something I am extremely proud of. So M dashes, I actually have an M dash. I have it mapped to the character code for underscore, which is why there's an underscore here, but I have a distinct dash from hyphen. Screw you, all other video games. Strix is appreciative. I do have to actually... There's so many things I have to add this to. This is why I shouldn't be testing every time, because it's just like a lot of steps. Yeah, that new line is not okay, actually. Pop into the menu for no reason. Oh, I didn't reset that, Look at that dash! Look at that correct dash! Look at that incorrect. Oh, Unicode. Unicode is not a thing here. M dashes, yes. Unicode, no. I do need to fix the dialogue library because it's obviously having some issues. I also forgot that I need to reload whenever I finish dialogue. Let's just start, like, pumping out dialogue here. I have not actually updated that number. This is another case, by the way, where, like, yeah, I'm writing a ton of weird little tiny functions, but this is actually an art asset, not code. I mean, it technically is code, but, like, it's just dialogue. It's really an art asset. Since I can't use, like, I can't put in all of this, the sort of surrounding fluff, I'm gonna upgrade this to a interrobang. This is the part of this development process where I literally just copy things out of a book. Exciting. And here's the reason why you have a distinct hyphen and dash symbol, because that's a hyphen, not a dash. I have the wrong person saying that. It's gonna be a lot of steps here. But I'm gonna get them all in. We're just gonna have, like, the whole frickin' book as dialogue within this video game. That's what this video game is gonna be. Oops. That is a nice reminder to check that it's actually on one line. This one's gonna be short. It's just gonna be Charles being a bit of a dick. Have I actually been... Oh yeah, look at that. I've been consistently incrementing that, but not this. Maybe it would be faster just... Well, I guess I'm only doing one line at a time here. I don't have that set up. Never mind. I can't actually type a correct dash, so I can't quickly replace it. This is also going to dictate how large this area is, because it has to be big enough to have this whole conversation. I have my my dialogue function is quite clever. It doesn't need to all fit on one page. It'll automatically paginate and such. So I literally just have to like copy this all in and I'm done. Oh, I actually can use quotation marks here because this is not... There's no actual surrounding quotes. There's the very multi-part thing here. And that is when the battle starts. So finally, after 9 parts of this, we can move on. And this is where the battle ought to happen. It's not going to, but that's when it ought to happen. I need to add all the other crap first. 5, 6, 7. Yep, this is gonna need to be wider. There's obviously not much of a road right now. Trying to make things look a little bit more natural here. Maybe not supernatural, but natural enough anyway. Obviously, it's never going to look very natural in this view. Okay, let's set up all of our events. Bye, Strixus. It's gonna be a while, Strixus. Oops, T is already used. I'll use G. Well, that's confusing, but whatever. That was not what I meant to do. That's already used. Nearly done. And now I just need to get it over here. Oops. Let me just copy it all the times first and then fill it in. Oops. Use H, yes. That's you. And 8, nearly there. Okay, I'm not being consistent. It's supposed to be I. Okay, now we have quite the conversation here that still needs a lot of bug fixing because the interaction between all of these things is not working well. I do have to actually add them here as well. Yeah, there's definitely some palette issues. I think it has to do with the way the screen scrolls. I'm not sort of considering the edge of the screen correctly. You're a goddamn mealy-mouthed liar. Good. Yeah, okay. That's because the sprite is off screen. I see. It's not loading the sprite correctly because it's not on screen. Okay, now I know what the bug is. Centering isn't working very well. This could really use some work on the centering. Thanks, he said. Oops, there's some more Unicode. Hooray. And I'm off the screen. Okay. So that does actually work. Somehow I managed to get the game into a state where the emulator won't quit, so that's pretty cool. Like, the emulator ought to be quittable regardless, but okay, if you say so. Emulator doesn't feel like quitting. That's a good state. I don't know about you, but I feel like taking another break. Be back in a bit. Okay, that's actually just a dead end. I was expecting... Whoa! Whoa! Feeling a little bit constrained in here. You look like you're sort of hunched over at an awkward angle because you're in this tiny cave system and you're an enormous dragon. Are we at an advantage for that reason? That jump is really difficult, but evident. But hi there, mushroom friend. I would love to grab you, but you're having a seizure. There we go. Thank you, mouse cursor, for just appearing back in the middle of the screen there. Millions of years ago. Oh god, the mouse cursor won't go away. Dinosaurs invented space travel. Oh, the mouse cursors keep going back to the middle. A Tyrannosaurus named Rex was their first dino-naut. This is his story. Oh, mouse cursor, why? And take fur. I just need some green fur, I don't care. The Meeps would not appreciate it if you tried to take their fur. I am literally a thief. I am a thief. The weather here is still very cold. I don't care! I don't care about their well-being. I am a thief. I should just take it. I have a dagger with me. Okay, apparently that doesn't work. Loud piercing howl. Does the loud piercing howl actually do anything? Doesn't seem to hurt me. So basically, he's just barking and I'm punching him in the face. No, I'm hitting him with a bat. Much worse than... So basically, there's a stray dog out here. He barks at me and I hit him with a baseball bat. That's horrible. God, I'm an awful human being. Oh. I feel like the last couple episodes have been not quite as, interesting as they should have been, and so as recompense for that, to make this episode at least a little bit interesting, I have purchased at my local candy store chocolate-covered crickets and chocolate-covered grub, essentially, insect larvae. And at some point, I am going to eat those. You know what, that would be the reason for eating chocolate-covered insects right there, as punishment for death. Oh god, here's the thing. So they had chocolate-covered and non-chocolate-covered varieties. I figured I'd get the chocolate-covered varieties because, you know, you can't it's not quite so obvious that they're insects. But it is! It's obvious that they're insects! And when I'm not staring at it, it's easy enough to think about eating it, but when I'm looking right at it, it's like, no, I can't. Okay. It's just protein. It's nothing wrong with it, except the white chocolate. White chocolate, as we all know, is an abomination. So, here we go. Chocolate-covered insect larvae. You know, it doesn't taste like anything. It just tastes like a chocolate-covered bit of rice or anything else. I mean, it's white chocolate, so that's bad. And it's chocolate that's made in America, so that's bad too. But it doesn't really taste like anything. Okay, I've got bits of insect in my mouth now. There's the problem. It doesn't taste like anything, but it fragments into little bits of exoskeleton that are everywhere. Let me get a drink. Okay. Okay, I think I washed away. And that was a larva, so it shouldn't have had that much exoskeleton. Anyway, I think I washed it away. And victory for me! God, there's like a bit of insect stuck in my throat. I can't get it to go away. Maybe I'm imagining it. Yahweasel cast death. And it doesn't do much damage to me. So tiny aliens that do... God, it's stuck in my throat. If I didn't know that it was a bit of insect, then I wouldn't care. But I know. I know. I know what it is. Hey, we're gonna kill an endangered species. We've been doing a lot of that, actually. It's there! It's there, guys. It's really there. It didn't taste like anything. It was just like rice-filled chocolate. You know, like it was crunchy. But this is not a good part of the experience. Why? Why won't it go down? Oh, God. Oh, why won't it go down? Is it just psychological? Is there nothing there and I'm just imagining it? An awful creature beat me. No, I'm not just imagining it. It's there. Oh, God. This is great commentary. I'm actually close to throwing up. God, it's still there. You know what? I have a whole variety here. I don't feel like I need another larva. I believe this one... You can't quite tell because they're chocolate covered, of course. I believe this one is a cricket. So, it's probably time for that. It didn't taste bad. Ooh, 2,580 bucks. That's not a small amount of money. Yep, that's fine. I just don't want to lose money when I die again. Whew, and on the subject of dying again... Why am I doing this? Oh, the effects were so bad. The flavor was fine, though, so what's the worst that could happen? Again, there's no flavor. It's just like crunchy. See, but then, after you've maximally crunched it up, because what you're crunching is a bug, you can't really, like, crunch it into fine paste. You just get sort of wing bits and legs. And those are the kinds of things that get caught in your throat. And that's the kind of thing that creates entertainment. God, I can't... God! Go down! Is my throat insect incompatible? Why does this not work? God. Apparently Duncan Enterprises is to the north. God, I know what it is that it's there. It's still in my throat. Is it psychosomatic? Stop it! I can't think right now because there's bug bits in my throat. Oh, I think I just brought some of them up with phlegm. Oh, A+ commentary. Oh, there's my leverage. I found myself some leverage. Yay! I'm a hero. Possibly? Yes! Yes! Yes!
Igor saved! Kind stranger saved Igor! Good kind stranger! Igor happy grave, not Igor's grave.
I'm happy too, Igor! Don't watch my weapon, watch my eyes. Yeah, right. I'll watch all 2 pixels of your eyes. I mean, it's almost midnight. Let's go to sleep. As I was saying... The heck? You said... Okay. I'm on shore. Next time we'll explore. Didn't mean for that to rhyme. Okay, let us continue our bizarre adventure here. Hello, sheepdog. We're writing a stupid bootleg. I hope that's what you came for, because that's what you're gonna find. Oi, need to reset my face again. Why do you look into the ground, face rig? C. C and tiny bits of assembly where needed, but we're mostly past the assembly phase by now. There are a bunch of bugs in the low-level code that I'm going to need to come back to, but I'm trying to work on the actual sort of... Well, now he won't stop looking up. I'm trying to work on the actual sort of story part so that we don't get too lost in the weeds on the stream. Okay, I don't need to overworld reload here because I'm actually going to hop into a battle. I have the same fix me here because, again, Charles is on our team. I need to remember how to remove somebody from my team. I'm being very silly here. Audio seems to be working on my side, yeah. Glad you write your first bracket not on the same line as the if statement. Well, I'm afraid you're going to be hugely disappointed because I'm actually inconsistent in a consistent way. This bracket, the bracket for a function, I write on a separate line. The brackets for ifs, whiles, and all those sorts of things, I write on the same line. And it's even worse than that because I only do that in C, and it comes from years ago having used GNU Indent and it not even being willing to do my indentation style, so I just sort of accepted this bracket in not the place I want it to be. So nope, I am as bad as you can possibly imagine and worse. Okay. Right, I wanted to figure out how to unload a character. How did I set up unloading a character? Where is load character even implemented? Is that in bank 0? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I just... Okay, let's look at how battle is implemented, because that'll tell me. Yeah, I just set their sprite num to -1. So one of the jokes of this bootleg, by the way, Sheepdog, is that you cannot win any battles. Every battle is you die. That there is no winning of a single battle in this game. Yep, that still needs to be fixed. You know what? The quick way to test this is going to be to just... oops, that is the wrong file. Just put the first event as the last event, and then I can replace that later and make it the first event when I ought to. There we go. Adam versus Charles again. Guard. Adam is on guard. Charles attacks. Adam is unconscious. Okay, and that's going to go nowhere right now because I didn't make that go anywhere. Now, in the book... there's like this desperate flee, right? Because I think... Yeah, there's like this whole battle, which I just reduced into a stupid RPG battle. But then, yeah, Adam goes into the water because Charles, like, goes home to try and get an axe or something. Or a hatchet or something. Problem with writing a ridiculous bootleg is you have to actually read the almost 500-page book. I thought somewhere here it was quite explicit about Charles having a weapon. There's not a lot of text here. Did I just imagine that? Hatchet. Yeah, he has a hatchet. Okay. There are longer books. I don't know if there are less suitable books. The other one I considered was Anna Karenina, because Anna Karenina is another book where nothing good happens. But Anna Karenina is also a terrible book. Like, it's just so East of Eden is a terrible book in that it's a book of terrible events. Anna Karenina is a terrible book in that it's horrendously boring and awful. There is no deadline, Sheepdog. We're just doing this for laughs. I might just have to tell, not show here. I don't see a very compelling way of doing this other than that. I might just have to tell, not show. Because, like, how else am I supposed to say that he's got a hatchet and such? I might just copy a bit of this text and tell, not show. Zoop. This I should be making into a single, into a helper function if I'm going to be doing all the time. Har har, Molo. Har har. Make it a weapon drop! But for it to be a weapon drop, you would have to actually kill Charles, and you can't win a battle in this game. It's very important that you cannot win a battle. There is no such thing as winning a battle. I'm probably not going to keep all of this text, but let me just start by copying it all and then I'll figure out what to do. This is the section, and I'll just cut out probably a lot of it. The thing is, Charles has to still have the weapon. It's rather critical that Charles has the weapon, because that's the story. You are coding a better game than I, Sheepdog, almost certainly. Let's just, what I could do is get the terrible abridged version and copy from that. Now, I don't remember, so with dialogue, I have it set up to be clever and do multiple screens intelligently. I don't think that's true with full screen as well, so I might have to readjust this. Something like that. Let me return 0 for the moment. Let me figure out why this has gone wrong, because that was multiple lines. Two damage. Consciousness came back quick and frightening to Adam. His mind rolled in a painful mist. He pushed himself up on his knees and dragged himself off the road to the ditch that kept it drained. There was a foot of water in the ditch. Adam crawled quietly into the water, being very careful to make no splash. The footsteps came close, slowed, moved on a little, came back. Throws the hatchet and then misses. Silver match was struck and burned a tiny blue light until the wood caught, lighting his brother's face and grotesquely from below. Charles raised the match and peered around, and Adam could see the hatchet in his right hand. When the match went out, the night was blacker than before. At last, Charles gave it up. His right hand rose, and he threw the hatchet far off into the field. He walked rapidly away toward the pinched light of the village. Now, that might be very nearly all I want for Act 1, actually. No, wait, I think the book is only in 2 acts. That might be all I want for Charles and Adam's childhood. I don't want all of these details. I don't want Cyrus's conversation with Charles. That's irrelevant. That's certainly all for that chapter. Yeah, I don't really feel like the rest of their childhood is going to be relevant here. I think on my next bit of storyline is probably Kathy's childhood. Maybe Kathy's childhood. Should we play as Kathy? Because Kathy is the only character who could conceivably ever win a battle in this game. Because she kills, like, everyone. I think she kills 4 people in the book. Maybe 5. God, now I'm always looking up. Face rig. Face rig, work with me. Face rig, please. Maybe if I actually turned on the light in my room, then Face rig would cooperate a bit more with me. Oh, that's right. There's Adam's whole being in the army. I don't even know if I want that. It's kind of not that important in its odd way. Kathy's just the genocide run. It's weird because her first victims are her own family. Does it count as genocide when it's you? When you are the genome? Oh god, that's right. They actually talk about... Yeah. God. I don't know if I care about Samuel at this point. We can meet him later. The author actually talks about. Yeah, I don't need to know about Samuel Hamilton this early. I mean, he's an important character, but I don't really think I need to mention him yet. Skip, 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 skip. Yeah, I think the next event I want is probably Alice, which is quite a bit later. Not Alice, Kathy, which is quite a bit later. Oh, that's right. Well, you know, okay, so Adam has some weird backstory here, but I feel like that can be introduced later, because it comes up again at his death. It sounds like Adam has already gone to California. Ringer. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because this is his weird background. Yeah, with his. Yeah, no, that's still unimportant. This is like his being essentially homeless. He's all over the place. There's a lot here that I don't think is going to be important for the bootleg. In a weird way, I think even Cyrus's death is unimportant. So, like, okay, let me just give a comparative point here. The movie starts in the second half of the book. Like, the movie is only the latter half of the book. And I'm not making this off of the movie, but it is a sort of, like, obviously they felt that all of this character development could be sort of rolled into the deeper story. Like, this book is very much like, there's a bunch of character development and then there's a bunch of story. And we're really in the sort of character development part. So I think we can even skip Cyrus's death. Cyrus is obviously an important character, but then he's dead, so it doesn't really matter. Yay! Chapter. Okay, we know we're talking about Kathy because the first line is, I believe there are monsters born in the world to human parents. Now, the book has parts. Acts, as I'm calling them, are just an invention of my own, so I can call this Act 2 if I want to. Yeah. So this is Part 1, Chapter 8, Section 1, Kathy's Introduction. And I might, even though it's almost inappropriate, I might just call this directly. Don't want my stat getting deep, but I also do want to be able to split these functions in a slightly less terrible way. Act 2. And then I love this line. I believe there are monsters born in this world to human parents. God, it just occurred to me, the narrator in this book is an actual character. Like, the narrator makes it clear that he has his own feeling for, like, Salinas Valley and such, but I'm not sure who. I'm not sure who he actually is supposed to be, if he's a character that is even actually in the book. Like, maybe he's just some other person. Here we go. This will be our intro to Kathy. Again, a lot of tell not show here, but it does kind of fit the theme of the bootlegs we're mocking here. So, bootleg chic, bootleg chic. Now, we want to put ourselves into a more appropriate position. Bank and IDX. Which means I'm going to need to actually maybe make... I'm going to need to read a little bit more, remember where we are, because I'm going to need, like, their house. Oh, yeah. Okay, so do we... Should we play Kathy? Should Kathy ever be the protagonist? I can believe that, Unsingable. I can believe that. It's slightly weird because the style of writing it makes it clear that, like, he had to be there at every scene, but then it also makes it clear that he wasn't. So it's a bit, dubious. We're going to already want to sort of skip ahead a bit and get to when she murders her parents. No. There's a scene before she murders her parents where there's a little bit, like, it's actually in a scene. It kind of describes why. Because then it wouldn't be for NES, Sheepdog. This is an actual, like, I'm making an actual Nintendo game. This is NES. Like, what I am building here is a valid NES ROM. I am running it in an emulator. See, this is an actual NES game. It would be utterly stupid. I mean, this is an utterly stupid experiment regardless, but it's, that's part of the point. This is an actual true NES game. Let's see, I'm on page 61. How about I just search for the word fire? Really? Burn? I'm, like, positive that that's how she killed her parents, and yet I don't seem to be finding it. Okay, keep scrolling. Right, she refuses to go to school again. This is the scene I think I want. Yeah, I'm gonna need this scene to really sort of place them against each other. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make her parents playable. Exactly, Unsingable. Like, I don't... given Kathy's sort of position in this book, she would win every battle, and I can't have the player winning battles. There's another problem, which is that I, as a joke, was saying every female character would have the same sprite, but Kathy is a little bit too important to have the same sprite as every other character. That really isn't gonna fly. Okay, so that's sort of the beating. Then there's, like, a bit of pretending to cooperate. Now, why is it that when I search for the word fire with just Control F fire in this PDF viewer, it didn't find the word fire here on page 68? It rose, flared, roared, crashed, and crumbled in. So yeah, Kathy burns down her house and kills her parents. She's a good person. That's her first two murders. Kathy is one of the most. Kathy Ames is one of the most evil characters in any book I've ever read. She's like an incredible antagonist. Okay, well, we're gonna have to have her house then. So I'm just gonna leave this incomplete so I can worry about it later, and we're gonna have to build her house. I mean, if you're a bookie, read it. It is. So the reason that I'm using East of Eden as the basis for my bootleg is that it is one of the least gameable books imaginable. It's like terrible for writing a game of. It's completely stupid. But is it worth reading as a book? It's very hammy and very, very long, but if you're a bookie, it's worth reading. If you're not, I would say skip it. There are shorter books that are more interesting. Okay, so we're gonna try to make like a staircase that leads somewhere here. Oops. Gonna have to find a staircase sprite within the sprites I have available, of course, but oh well. And then maybe what I want is like sort of hallway. Maybe a slightly wider hallway than that, with a couple rooms in it. If you mean, are you missing out with respect to watching this bootleg development, I would say no. This is just a very silly experience in general. So we'll have Kathy's room. And then next to Kathy's room, we'll have her parents' room. I mean, if I hadn't set up this stuff so that I could develop the rooms and such in an easier way, then I would currently be insane. And just like that. That should close it off. It's going to be a very boring house right now. Now, here is the problem. Background 1. Oh, I already have it open. I do not think that I have anything that is stair-like even in, like, the originals I'm stealing from Final Fantasy. I mean, how fancy do I need to make stairs look? I could just steal these, sort of fences here and call them stairs. Yeah, I'm just gonna draw my own. Let's just draw my own stairs. Boy, this is going to look terrible. This is not going to look like stairs. This is going to look horrendous. Let's see. This would need to be the same here for the bottom row. And then this would need to be different. Roof tiles on the right would look like... Now, the problem is I need, like, this weird top-down view of stairs. Like, I'm hoping against hope that it'll become clear what I'm actually trying to make once I make it. But I don't think that it makes a lot of sense to... It just doesn't make a lot of sense. It just doesn't make a lot of sense, basically. I've received 100 messages today with Restream Chat. But no, the problem is that it's not about like their directionality. It's about the fact that they're kind of at an angle in the first place. Like, these are supposed to look like stairs as looked from top down that are going just to the right, not up and right or anything like that. And I don't think that really, like, there's no way of doing that that's going to look good. So I might have to just change this and do it in a different way. Two, 4. Conflicting types for Kathy intro. I've always hated that about C. I'll publish it. I don't know where I'm going to publish it, but I'll publish it somewhere, Gontvin. Right now, so just to be clear, the source code is already published. You can get to it on my GitHub page. All of this source code just goes up to, like, it's live. But not one of those. East of Eden NES. Mind you, you need, like, the right compilers and such to actually type make in here and get a working NES file, so I will also publish that. But the source is already available. Here it is. That isn't the right... Dang it, I didn't actually make it jump to the scene. I was doing all of that just to make sure that it jumped to the scene correctly, but I didn't actually do the thing. Bank aims home. No, sorry. World aims home. Bank. World aims home. I Can always fix this later. And then, yes, so long as I return 0, it will load into the new location. Look at that! Oh, and that looks a little bit less terrible than I was expecting it to. It looks awful, but like you can kind of understand what it's trying to be. I need to space those out a bit more just so that they look even. But given that it's going to look terrible no matter what, I don't really care. I need to put walls here rather than just brick, but these are all things that are irrelevant. So this will be Kathy's room. This will be her parents' room. So let me just make these, like, let me space these out differently just because I think it'll look better if they're spaced out differently. Since the actual width is 8 pixels, I probably need it to be, you know, divisible. And what I'm also going to do, just to sort of suggest a distinction from the surrounding world, is that. I understand that what you are suggesting isn't what I was thinking at first, Malo. That's a very hard question to answer, Sheepdog. I wrote the sort of basic code for it over the course of a weekend, and then I've had 2 streams building the actual story into it a bit. I'm gonna set the stairs as something to be fixed, essentially. I don't think this is good, and maybe you can explain your suggestion more clearly later over a medium that's a little bit more interactive than this one. No, I've only changed this. That doesn't look... I should change which color that is so it's black instead of red, but that doesn't look terrible. I mean, it doesn't look good. Okay, but I'm also going to have to actually have the characters of the Ameses. Oh no, do I have the room for this? Which of these is... Wait, which of these is my actual character set? What? Wait, I'm confused. One of these should be my actual, like, text characters. Where'd they go? No, yeah, those are just icons. That's what I thought they were. Oh, NES dot... Right. Char as in characters. God, there's too many things called char and character and such. I have 1 spare character left that I haven't used. So I marked these as red if I'm using them for some purpose. Everything is used for some purpose in the ASCII range. This is the ASCII range. Except for this one. So the question is, do I put I with a diaresis mark there so that I can make the characters have naivete? And we know that the answer is yes. Yes, I do. I want these parents to have naivete. Oops. Didn't want snap to grid, I just wanted show grid. And then I need to configure the grid. That's right, this is an NES game with M dashes No, Malo, the problem is not whether the mother is Peach. The mother should just be Peach. The problem is that Kathy herself is too important of a character not to have a unique sprite. Kathy is the antagonist of the book, so... Okay. We're gonna start with the letter I, of course. And that is only 2 pixels wide. Is that sufficient? Is that... Ooh, that looks terrible. That might have to do. Oh, actually, that looks fine. That'll be really obvious in C2. Okay, time for some new characters. God, I don't remember their name. Do they even both have names? It just occurred to me that they might only be called Mr. and Mrs. Ames. They might not have names. It'll be amusing to just have Mr. Ames and Mrs. Ames if that's the case. Kathy should be palette swapped Peach. I don't think Kathy's parents have names. You know what, the other place to look for this is Wikipedia. Boy, Wikipedia is responding quickly. Gonna be Kathy Trask or Kathy Ames? Kathy Ames. Oh. Oh, yeah. She killed her Latin professor, too. That's at least a 6th person that she killed. I don't think her parents have names. I don't think her parents have names. And it's like appropriate, like in terms of writing, it's only right that her parents don't have names, but it's very funny to me. So Mr. Ames will be another Abel. And I'm just gonna make him have exactly the same palette as Abel, or sorry, as Adam. And Mrs. Ames will be a duplicate of every woman. But they are full-on characters. Which means they need to have actual stupid property names. I love the style that I have here for property names is one of the things I'm proudest of in this game. It's really stupid. So we're going to set their remaining years of life to 1. Trust in his perfect daughter. Trust in her perfect daughter. They, of course, have maximum trust for their perfect daughter. Naivete. Remember that is the position that I put the extra character into, so it doesn't look right here, but it'll look right in the game. Naivete is also extremely high. We're going to have Mrs. Ames have slightly lower naivete than Mr. Ames for no real reason. I don't know. What's their vitality? It would actually make more sense if remaining years of life was vitality, because that is kind of vitality. They will be literally fighting fire, by the way. It's going to be super stupid and hilarious. I don't know. I can't think of a... They don't really have a lot... They don't exist for a long time in the story. So... It's hard to invent something else for them that should be low, because this is their strength. I'll just leave that as a blank for now. I'll fill it in later. Okay, so let's go ahead and add those to the bank. Oh, thank you, Unsingable. Thank you, Unsingable name. God, it is... You are brilliant. That is... This game is, you know, possibly slightly offensive. Possibly entirely offensive. It's good. And then we want Act 1 to swap you into those characters. So we're going to load into the 0 character position. Mr. Aim, Mr. Aumers apparently. And into the second position, Mrs. Ames. And it's about time to skip all this garbage, because we've demonstrated that it works. That didn't work. Oh, yes, it did, because that's what he looks like. Okay. Flammability 100, remaining years of life, trust in his perfect daughter. Yeah, I need to fix that. I'm unsure whether I should fix that by making the menu support that better, or actually just using a shorter... thing, so I'm just gonna leave that to later to fix. trust in her perfect daughter, naivete, flammability, remaining years of life. Very good. Very, very good. All beautiful. Now, logically, these people should have beds, but that's something I can attempt to add later when I'm not, you know, doing this kind of stuff. Okay, so there was a scene I wanted to get in there. Obviously, we're not going to get all of this in, but I think if we show this sort of conversation, which sets them up against each other, then that'll be good enough. Actually, given that it's her mother having the conversation, I should make her the primary character. This isn't quite going to work because I don't have the Peach sprite able to walk up and down because I didn't have a source for that. But we can always fix that later. That's not a big deal. I just need to get a sprite in there. You know what? It is definitely time to make this not do that. What? Oh, that's in Bank Zero. Let's load my test location to the correct location. Thank you. Yeah. Peach is looking slightly weird because I don't have all of the sprite bank in place, but we're just going to have to live with that for the moment because I didn't have enough sort of background sprite information to actually make a complete Peach for all ages. Actually, now let's fix that now. Let's just fix it. I can draw. Who said I can't draw except for anybody who is vaguely sensible? Sprite Bank 1, please. I just opened that in a text editor. That's a bitmap. That's what a bitmap looks like if you open in a text editor like an imbecile. I was like, where is she? Oh, she literally is only these two bits there. Why can I not configure grid? There we go. Green 8x8. As a truly horrendously awful starting point, let me just copy the sprite into all of the positions that it should be in. And then we'll worry about editing it from there. This was the only sprite I had to work with. It amused me for it to be Peach. So we're just going to have to start from there and make it less terrible as we go. Little bit of pixel art work, which is definitely something I should be doing. Okay, that's our reasonable starting point. So it should at least look modestly less terrible now. At least, like, always be there, even though the movement could use some work. Woo! That's quite a dance she's doing. That's a nice jig. So here's how you make a face. You take the face parts of the face. Or here's how you center a face, I mean. You take the face parts of the face and you move them to the right. And then you copy them, and then you duplicate them. And then you... Well, actually, I'm just going to make this totally... Isn't she lovely? Should her face be bigger? No, that's about the right size. It's weird how high her eyes are on her face, but that's where they belong, I guess. Okay, let's move her arm. She has an extraordinarily long arm in this. That's not really gonna work. She's something. Are you mocking my incredible drawing skills? I mean, the arms here are really just like a few pixels in the original. This is gonna look so awful, but the only way I can see just how awful it looks is to actually get it in the game, and then I kind of know what needs to be fixed. Other than everything. Again, bootleg chic, remember, there's a bootleg chic we're going for here. It should look terrible, but maybe not quite as terrible as it's about to. That looks way better than I thought it was going to. It kinda looks fine. There's actually, like, that's fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. I heard she dances a bit when she's walking. There is absolutely nothing wrong, other than the fact that her face seems to have a very different scale in different dimensions. This is, like, fine. There is nothing wrong with that at all. I might just make her face a bit wider to see if that can make it look like roughly the same scale as it is in the other one. I might even make it unevenly wider, because I think that if I do this, it might feel really, really wide. Yeah, that looks very wide. I mean, she has a big face. Maybe she can just have a big face. It looks so bad. Oh my god. That's not what faces look like. I mean, she's not... It doesn't look that bad in that it's still, you know, like, she isn't supposed to look like Princess Peach. She's supposed to look like some random American, almost farm woman. But, boy, that was an experience there. Let me try making it uneven in order to make it a little bit, less wide. Boy, it's amazing how 1 pixel can really change things sometimes. Yeah, that's much better. I mean, her head isn't quite screwed on straight, but I'll take that over where she was before any day. Okay, so then I want a walking frame, which is going to be difficult because it's just going to have to, like, suggest a little bit of movement in her dress. So I'm thinking, let's try doing this literally like that. That is never going to work. that is insufficient. And then maybe, like... Oh, it would be the opposite arm. That's people don't usually swing the arm that they're walking with. Boy, that is never gonna work. That is gonna look truly, truly stupid. Oh, I didn't rebuild. I was like, why didn't it do anything? Oh. I mean, does it look good? No. Is it acceptable? Yes. Okay, now we need her facing backwards. Guess how this is gonna work? Can you guess? Is it all that complicated to guess? I've got to memorize these tools. God, speaking of I gotta memorize these tools. Shift B, of course that's flood fill. Oh god! Similar colors, please. That's what the back of a head looks like. Oh, that's a good thought, Unsingable. Like, just 1 pixel to the left. That might make it look much better. Ew, no I can't, because the way that it does both legs moving is that it just swaps, it just flips this. So no. What lovely hair. Okay, and there's also her walking to the left here, but I don't know if I am willing to worry about that right now. It's funny, the minor stupid things that take forever to fix. Oh, that doesn't look terrible. Her head's not quite on straight, but I'll, like, tolerate that. For bootleg standards, it's gold! And once again, I cannot stop looking down. Yahweasel is feeling depressed. There you go. Join us. Look up. I guess her head doesn't need to be uneven going up. Yes, Yahweasel is experiencing ennui right now. Okay, now here's the challenge. I really don't think it's acceptable for... I really don't think it's acceptable for, me to finish this sentence. I really don't think it's acceptable for, God, it is not going to come to me. Kathy to look the same as everybody else, or all the other women. But what I'm going to do about that is I'm going to start with just this, but move it to a different slot so that I can always replace it later. So for the time being, she's going to look the same, but that will change. How big is Samus's sprite? Well, yeah, I was going to palette swap it, Malo, but now... How big is Samus's sprite? Yeah, Samus is tall. Even in NES, she's, I think, 3 tiles tall, maybe? I don't know if I necessarily want to sort of revamp that to make her look like Samus. I'll palette swap for the moment, and we can consider other options later. Kathy goes there. Now, Kathy does have to be a character. Just because she's an enemy doesn't mean that she's not a character. For the time being, her stats don't matter because she's not actually going to participate in a battle or be on any team. I just have to add it to make sure that she's there. Now, as per this whole palette swap thing... Oh my god! Red Hood from Little Red Hood! For the memes. I kind of love Red Hood from Little Red Hood. That's so stupid, it's brilliant. I mean, yeah, there are lots of characters we could choose from, but Red Hood from Little Red Hood is from the NES and from a bootleg. It's going to be hard to avoid that option. Okay, so her dress was white. Let's make her dress. She's a whore, so let's make it red. When I say she's a whore, I'm not being mean. It's like a major plot point that she's a whore. That's just what she does. 17. That was her hair color. I think her hair is supposed to be like black. It is, I think it's a little bit too important to the plot to get her hair color. Hazel eye. Oh, her hair is gold. Okay, she has blonde hair. Let's go with 28 then. 38. That's her skin color. That can probably stay the same. Yeah, let's not palette swap her skin color. That's just dumb. I haven't actually put her in the game yet, so this is just to make sure that all of the things are linked up correctly. I need to count in hex. $14. 5. Kathy. Oh yes, I need to have a direction she's facing. Up, down, left, right. Let's look at our beautiful daughter. Her dress isn't red enough. Can that be our Kathy Trask? Are we happy with Kathy Trask? I keep calling her Kathy Trask. She's Kathy Ames right now. I love that all women are pointing all the goddamn time because I got that directly out of the Super Mario. Anyway, it doesn't matter if we're happy with that because we're probably going to replace that sprite later. So, palette swap for the moment. Let's close all this crap. Good. Good. It's Act 2. Good. These are all generated. Fine. Fine. That's generated. Fine. Okay, so when you talk to Kathy, we're gonna do the Kathy Goes Evil event. Kathy Goes Evil event will be, of course, in That's the World's Bank in Act 1. It's actually Act 2, but I mean Act File 1. In the real story, she just always was evil. This is going to be what turns her against the parents as far as we're concerned. I can't... not Trask, Ames. I can't believe I keep having to call her just Mrs. Ames. I would love for her to have a name. I really don't think she has a name. Test often. Oh god, that's a nightmare. Let's just leave that dialogue box on screen. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm thinking about that, Malo. Oh, you know what? We can go bootleg chic here. We can go bootleg chic. Do you know how to go bootleg chic here? That's how you go bootleg chic. Just make up a name, you know, a likely name for the mother of Kathy Ames. I know. Fei Zhang. God, the fact that their eyes are transparent is really nightmarish. I only have 3 colors to work with, and that's scary. Okay, let's just, you know what? Let's finish off that conversation, but I need another quick break. I'll be back shortly. Whoa, what did that do? Wait, what did it do that I feel really stupid. Oh, I feel really stupid. The comments on the last video are gonna be like, why didn't you do the thing that it told you to do, you dumb shit? Speak to Xiaomu. Bethink of the sea and fishing. I has been fished for 30 years. You try the sense facing to the sea to fish? Yes. Oh, the man to fish is born. Olsenba receive pole. Olsenba pole pocket duck. 0 only the sea. Where to have water, where to fish. Next time. What? I killed your mate. You fine with that? I'll chop you in half! Yeah, I'll bet she's not so happy about that. Wish the thing becomes fine. Do you know what is invisible pleasure? All the twitchy game timing. No! How did that even happen? I swear I was holding down the key. Oh man, is my keyboard broken? No, I'm just pathetic. I cannot twitchy game timing. Oh yeah, it's intermission. You know what? That was my last sip of Whiz Fizz, so I think I'm gonna get myself some more. Whiz Fizz. So do I get a Whiz Fizz sponsorship now or what? Are you... Oh wow, oh that's interesting. I think I froze the bird in place, but it's still in animation? Oh, nope, it's just a frozen bird. Oh, there it goes. Be careful, Graham. He fell into snow, and given that he's clearly the strongest man who's ever lived, I think that he would know how to tumble a little bit. He's not grabbing the rope right now, so not only is he strong, but he can climb through telekinesis.
No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted the rope back.
I know, I knew that was gonna happen. I just decided to let it happen. Take the rope. I think I'll climb back down. Damn it, Graham, you moron! Take the rope! Oh, I had it drawn as a T intersection here, but it's not a T intersection, it's just a turn. Well, crikey. Okay. Fine, I'll do a right turn, because that takes me somewhere. No, I have been there. It's a dead end. Dang it! Oh, I hate this game! Why? Why would you do this to me? Who voted for... Is this why you voted for this game? Just to see me suffer through this? You're cruel and vicious human beings! You did this intentionally, didn't you? I'm talking to you, whoever voted for this game. You knew what you were getting me into here. No MP. Ha ha ha, useless. Okay, and then the atomic bomb exploded. I also don't not to give heed to you. Don't say the Wangoodle? What? Future Yahweasel, if Wangdoodle is a colloquialism in some dialect, then put the definition on the screen or something?
Tell me, are katas, strictly... Do they strictly mate for life? Is it always monogamy situation there? I'm just curious about the cultural differences, that's all. I'm just, you know, as a human who hasn't met many katas, I'm always curious about sort of the differences that might exist between our cultures, and whether, you know, there's certain leverage for interspecies relations.
Bag of Dragonite? The heavy bazooka seems to be shit, so bag of Dragonite it is. I really need to get some healing done. Oh crap, sandwiches. I'm really tired of their magical shield BS. Well, we're screwed. There is absolutely no way I could have beat this boss. I tell you what, if he has that... No, I could have used the... Oh, I could have... Oh, I could have blocked it. What? I defeated it. What? What happens here? Wait, how did I win? What? I lost. I won and lost. What? What the hell does that mean? Oh my god, I broke the game. What? What? What is happening? Did I win or did... What? I really broke the game, you guys! I completely broke the game! You four in the front, continue what you... don't continue what you're doing. Oh yeah, that's there in the fountain. Okay. Oh, and it ate our face. Okay! Wow. No, it's not doing anything. What do you want from me, game? Maybe I'll just leave him alone. Bye! I don't actually care to kill you. Okay. I'm slowly doing good things this way. Well, I killed him and myself. Does that count? I got my life back, so technically I'm maybe kinda okay. That was not exactly well done, to say the least. Oh yes, we're gonna go back and we're gonna give the stone, or the vortex thingy, the vortex stone, and that object is a closed time-like curve. They did this in Babylon 5. Oh man, I'm a nerd. Anyway, I can take this egg and drop it from a great height. Bye, egg. Well, that was a completely mean and pointless thing to do. Ask her about the castle? She has forgotten how to talk. I got so much at the castle, there was no one there anybody who was interested in answering you are. Ask who lives there. Well, no, I shouldn't be telling you. Perhaps if you build up your skills more, you would go get an invitation to visit the castle anyway. Good old Feijong Ames. Everyone's favorite character from East of Eden. That's delightfully stupid. Let me just preload a bunch of these. I could copy and paste, but I think it's actually faster for me to do this, because I'm a pretty fast typist. That was long enough that it wasn't worth typing. Let us briefly make her actually hand you the book. That's too much. Let's play Yahweasel copies down a book into a video game. The actual answer is she's going to be a prostitute. World's oldest profession. Not actually true. I just made a bunch more space when I think I only have one line left. Okay, so let's make Ma back away. This is not yet complete, but that's the basic idea. Ooh, that's fun. Did I put a new line in somewhere? Yes. Ooh, that's still fun. copying from a book, leaving new lines in place. Oh yes, of course, my overall position doesn't have a sub-position because you are never in the middle of tiles in the real gameplay. Well, we'll just see what happens if I leave Unicode in there. It totally screws up, that's what. Oh my god. I managed to catch like one of those of the dozens. Should have made my text engine handle Unicode. That would have fixed it. Why didn't that move correctly? Because I didn't update Sprite. Do. I guess I didn't consider the possibility that she could be in a different position. There we go. I'm actually probably going to arrange this so that you can't be in a different position. Because all of those little motions are actually pretty important. So let me slightly change the style of this house to make it so that you can't approach her from any other angle by just making a little nook there. It doesn't make any sense, but does it have to make sense? Absolutely not. It certainly doesn't have to make sense when nobody's watching anymore. That's sensible, unsingable, but it's the sensible kind of thing that I'll probably do later and not right now. I have no real... There's no logic behind what I do now and what I do later, so... Now, how complicated do I want to get here? Do I want to actually show her walking away, or do I just want to do a little bit of the slidey action? Because I'm thinking that this is going to be the end of that scene. It's just that conversation, and then there's going to be the fire. Which means I do need a fire sprite. Sorry, I just got distracted by something totally unrelated. Still distracted. Right, okay, so I'm gonna need the on fire version of their house. Now, I don't suppose I've already got in one of these sprite sets fire. Anything look fiery? It's hard to say when everything just kind of looks like garbage. This looks a bit fiery down here. Is that fire? I think that might be fire. Anybody have a suggestion for an NES fire sprite? What game has a fire sprite I ought to be stealing? No one's still watching, therefore no one has any suggestions. We have reached the boredom point. Luckily, I'm getting pretty close to when I'm going to end this stream anyway, so... We've added some important scenes. Stream can end. It looks like fire, doesn't it? Like, that must be fire. Oh, that's like a fireball, I think, as opposed to just flames. That's fine. Is that really how that's supposed to look? That looks odd. But the way that everything works in that sprite sheet, that should be right. Let's start from Ames Home and make Ames Home a flame. Suspiciously absent from Ames Home Aflame is Kathy. Kathy is not in Ames Home Aflame. Oh yes, this isn't arranged how it ought to be in this sprite sheet. It needs to go top then bottom, so it'll be that. Oops. Then the bottom of the left side of flames, then the right side of flames. And that is the correct arrangement for my sprite sheets. 2. Eight. Obviously, this is not going to be the right palette, but we can adjust that later. Oops. 2C. That how this works? Are those even flames? Will the world ever know? The fact that I didn't even put you in the Aflame world is probably not good either. I don't know if that's the right position, I'm just estimating. Yep, I do have to actually build it for it to do anything. Did I put that in Aim's Home instead of Aim's Home Aflame. Oops. It doesn't look very flame-like either. Well, that's mostly just the color, I guess. It's obviously not intended to be flames. It's intended to be like a fireball or something. Let us, get these out of normal Aim's Home and put them into Aim's Home Aflame where they belong. Okay, regular Aim's Home isn't randomly on fire. New Aim's Home is. I have no idea where I am because I don't seem to exist. That's super cool. Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. That's not how this works. I have to be on X screen 1. Y screen... I think this is how this works. Damn, I'm not 100% certain, actually. And then I'm probably not very far onto X screen 1. Something like that? Is that how I did that? The fact that it compiles tells me that yes, that's how I did that. I just placed myself off screen. That's not brilliant. There we go. Look at how close I was to the correct position, too. That's great. Okay, let's make a new palette that makes a little bit more sense for the flame portion of the home. $876 is what I'm using there. 876. How about 3016.6? That didn't change, because I didn't recompile it. Yes, I did. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't... I recompiled it, but I didn't actually make it use the other palette. That looks slightly better. It's the opposite order as I intended for it to be in. And actually, there should be no black here. This should correspond, I guess, to the tile color, like that? Yeah, is that right? Is that what I'm aiming at? Right, it's so much easier to test this just by running a game and seeing how it looks. The palettes are a bit abstract for me. That changed to nothing. Why did that change nothing? Oh, that changed nothing because you cannot change the background color. Background color is fixed for the entire map. I forgot. So that was pointless. I'm just going to leave it as black, and the fact that it doesn't look great is just NES problems. Flames should probably be impassable. That's very important. Just throw some flames around in random places. Well, we're almost finished here anyway, Erdrick. See you later. Since we can't actually get to the left, I don't need to worry about making the left of the house on fire. It doesn't matter. You can't see it. So I'll just throw in some random flames in random places. I need to actually worry about the exit to the house, don't I? Okay, so if you attempt to leave, then we're going to get the Ames Burns event. This is not the correct event, but I just want to fill something in, just to have something. Oh, the house is on fire. Ouch. Yep, that was the correct event. There are worse responses to walking into fire. I mean, the worst is, of course, my actual thing I'm going to do here is you're going to fight flames. It's going to be a battle with flames, and you're going to lose. And, of course, I need to actually load the, Oh, that's right, which means, of course, that I need to, create a fire enemy. Fire is going to look suspiciously similar to Kathy, with the major distinction between how Kathy looks and how fire looks being that fire is entirely red. Fire isn't playable, so I can just have whatever stats I need. I'm gonna make fire weaker than some of the enemies we've had thus far. Still undefeatable, of course, but technically weaker. And this is not a knockout battle. You should actually die. Plenty of fire to fight. I do have to actually add the fire character. Okay, yep, I was confused by the fact that she's facing left, but that's because I haven't fully fixed her sprite yet. So that's just sprite issues, Mr. Ames and Mrs. Ames versus fire. Just walk backwards like a normal person does. Fight fire with fire. Oh, they only killed Mrs. Ames, that's funny. Great. Let me just take this moment to fix up that sprite so that it has the correct directionality. I made it so the characters can have different battle sprites than their usual sprites. That's what's going on there. Oh, I certainly already have this open. There we go. So, like, here, this is supposed to be the battle sprite, but I'm just treating it as the usual sprite. Oop, 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 oop. I do actually need to fully recompile for that to happen. And it just occurred to me that that is also... Oh, I only modified that for Kathy, but actually that's the all-women sprite. Thank you. What an oddly specifically shaped fire. I do need to fix this battle system so that a single character can't die multiple times, so that that'll be quicker. Okay, cool. I think that's a time to leave it for now. Not sure if there will be a next time, because hopefully I'll get that other game first, and if not, I might just do something else. But next week, a bunch of random games. Right now, I don't know, I'll continue working on this bootleg at some point. Thanks, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye for now.